Spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Kuinaini Okati. Northwest Territories airports are critical in the economic and social well-being of Northwest Territories residents. They help connect communities and families throughout the territory and across the country. Today, I am pleased to give you an update on two projects which have been funded by the Government of Canada's Airport Capital Assistance Program. These projects are very important to the Department of Infrastructure and to residents as they will help improve safety at N.W.T airports. The Airport Capital Assistance Program, also known as ACAP, is a contribution program administered by Transportation Canada. ACAP provides financial assistance to modernize and maintain the safe operation of regional airports for passengers and employees alike. Last year, Transport Canada announced almost $20 million in ACAP funding to 3 N.W.T airports. This figures includes $2.7 million towards the rehabilitation of the airfield electrical system at the Fort Simpson Airport, $2 million towards the rehabilitation of airfield drainage at the Yellowknife Airport, and $15 million to fund the overlay of the existing airside surfaces at the Fort Smith Airport. Currently, the Yellowknife Airport drainage work is making excellent progress. The first phase of the project was completed in the fall of 2021. Design work for replacement of the Fort Simpson airfield lighting has been completed, and the construction tender is currently in the procurement phase. The Department of Infrastructure has also recently awarded a design and engineering services contract for the airside surface overlay project at the Fort Smith Airport. Okakti previous successful ACAP submissions allowed us to purchase a new slow blower for the Inuvik Airport, replace the airfield lighting of one of the Yellowknife Airport runways, and purchase a fire truck for the Yellowknife Airport Fire Department. The vehicle was recently delivered and will be a valuable tool for the firefighters. To date, the Department of Infrastructure has received ACAP funding totaling over $50 million for 11 projects at the different N.W.T airports. Akakti, the Government of the Northwest Territories remain committed to building capacity at airports to provide safe and efficient travel to enhance business opportunities. The Airport Capital Assistance Program is critical to the commitment, and we appreciate the support of the Federal Government of Canada in helping us maintain safe, modern, reliable infrastructure here in the North. Kuinaini.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. For people who want to pursue the rural lifestyle or just want to cabin out of town for weekends and holidays, there's the hope of obtaining a recreational land lease. You pay your $250 application fee and then the wait begins. These leases are administered by the Department of Lands, which considers and disposes of applications under its 2017 Recreational Leasing Management Framework. The result of stakeholder engagement, the framework lays out the N.W.T's approach to planning and issuing leases for cabins and recreational uses. It was intended to result in a consistent approach to various land uses across both commissioners and formerly federal lands. Two major goals of the framework are to, one, provide the public with readily available and clear information on leasing processes, rules, enforcement practices, and procedures for cabins and recreational uses, and two, to create a more effective process for cabin leases to discourage unauthorized occupancy. So how does it work when $250 application hits the Lands Department? Based upon inquiries I made on a constituent's application filed in February 2021, there are no service standards for this department. Someone files an application for a lease and then never hears anything back. That's not the kind of service our residents deserve. My constituent hadn't heard anything back after 6 months. I understand the department may be in the process of developing something, and I will ask the minister about that later today. The other issue is whether we should even be accepting land lease applications for areas still under negotiation. And then there's the lack of any Indigenous land rights agreements during the lifetime of this Assembly. I'll have questions for the Minister of Lands on improving our services to our residents. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we are in the midst of an operating budget, but the work never stops, and I'd like to make some comments today about the transparency in our capital budget. And I believe in making these comments and asking questions today, hopefully I can give the departments enough time to improve the transparency of our capital budget. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, many jurisdictions publish a multi-year capital plan, and in doing so, they give a range of the cost of each project. In the Northwest Territories, we don't do that. I'll note we passed some money to build a school in Colville Lake this Assembly, and I can't tell you how much that is projected to cost. I can't have a public debate about whether I think that is too little or too much money, Mr. Speaker. We also passed some money to build a hydro line to Y.E.T, and the department refuses to publicly state how much they expect that to cost. And the argument given here, Mr. Speaker, is that it'll affect the tendering process. And this really is just not a valid argument, considering you can provide ranges, considering most of our projects go out to tender in multiple stages at multiple times, and especially with hydro lines, Mr. Speaker, I am not at all convinced that we can't publicly state how much it costs to build power infrastructure and have an honest conversation about whether there is a business case, whether the Power Corp will be recuperating that, whether we're trying to get money from the federal government. But we can't even state how much that costs. The other side will not provide that number publicly. And Mr. Speaker, and it's not just the projected costs, it's the actual costs. Often the N.W.T will say, well, this is all kind of wrapped up in the public accounts, but the public accounts is not concerned with individual project costs. I would really like us to do more work to publish our actuals. I have a dream of, each project after it's completed, it is listed the total cost, the contractor, any change orders, whether it was delayed, whether there were carryovers, the reason for carryovers. Now that may be a bit too much to ask for the N.W.T, but right now it is impossible, and we have asked our staff multiple times to tell you what a project cost year over year. You can't track it through the capital estimates. There is far too much carryover, there is far too much accounting language going on to actually know what something costs. So I'm going to have questions for the Minister of Finance if we can get some work to do better transparency on our capital planning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak once again about my community of Fort Smith as we cope with the aftermath of last weekend's events. Mr. Speaker, Fort Smith is in mourning right now. Our community is in a process of grieving. The town is still collectively reeling from the chaotic events of last weekend's crimes. However, the grief that my constituents are experiencing has not stopped them from coming together and supporting the family of the deceased in an unbelievable and overwhelming fashion. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Fort Smith for the unity and support they have shown one another. We have really pulled together as a community and have shown compassion for our neighbors, and that is touching to see. I know that the family of the deceased is deeply grateful for the support they received from the entire town. On behalf of the family, I would like to say once again thank you to everyone who has reached out and helped in any way that they were able to during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I have often said that the people of Fort Smith are amazing constituents, and the town is an amazing community to represent. And it is because of moments like these which solidifies that belief in me. While this was a tragedy that we endured within our community, I know we will continue to pull together and look out for one another in the days ahead as we look for healing within our town. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank my colleagues in this House for the support they have given me and my constituents during this trying time. I know things can sometimes get heated here at the Assembly, but in troubling times or in times of crisis, we support each other, and for that, I am grateful. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I would like to once again thank all the local leadership in Fort Smith, which includes the Mayor and Council, the Chiefs and Council of both the Salt River First Nation, Smith Landing First Nation, and the President and Council of the Fort Smith Métis Local. All levels of government work seamlessly and cooperatively alongside the RCMP and the territorial government. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish my colleagues a safe and well-deserved 2-week break. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for New Victoria Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on October 29, 2020, I spoke about medical travel escorts in here, and I stressed the issue to the last Minister of Health and Social Services. The main issues were elders being sent without escorts and the issues that they have when they arrive, especially in Yellowknife, of being put in a hotel. Today, I want to re-raise these concerns to the current Health and Social Service Minister, as they still continue to be one of the biggest complaints that I receive. Mr. Speaker, clients being sent to Yellowknife are contacting me not only from my constituency, but from throughout the Northwest Territories with their complaints. One of the biggest are the denial of escorts. And I would like to stress to the minister, they find out usually a day before and some even on the day that they're going to travel. So there is no time to do an appeal. I know Minister has stated this policy is being reviewed. Mr. Speaker, another concern is residents being sent to the boarding home in Yellowknife after being placed in the hotel. The constituents I have heard being placed in hotels that have no restaurants, and the food that they receive was unacceptable. They are hungry and they have no choice even when they're allergic to the food that is being sent. If they're not in the boarding home, then why are we not making arrangements to have them in a hotel with a restaurant and have vouchers to the restaurants for 3 meals a day? And I may add, there have been also elders put in these hotels and have had no escort. This again is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point out that Indigenous people in the N.W.T are the ones that are being put through this. These are not N.W.T employees or people who have other insurances. If they are staying in hotels, they should be given per diems or meal vouchers to be equivalent to N.W.T staff, if not fed 3 meals in a day in a hotel where they are staying. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to raise the complaint of the quality and quantity of food being provided to the medical travel patients when staying at the hotel and at the boarding home. They tell me they are hungry, as the food is very little or inadequate. For example, I have received a photo of a meal for supper that was a hot dog. This was from an elder. Recently, I've received complaints from those who are at the boarding home that there is nothing to drink for them and little to nothing to have for snacks after supper. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for New Victoria Lakes. A member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They can't afford to go anywhere, and some are unable to get anywhere as they may need assistance, but they have no escort. Mr. Speaker, medical travel needs an overhaul. Our N.W.T employees would revolt if they were treated as our medical travel patients are, and I would like to point out that majority of them are Indigenous. I'll have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for New Victoria Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in October, the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment hosted a panel discussion about landfill management in the Northwest Territories. Waste is like death and taxes, Mr. Speaker. It's a given. But it needs proper planning and management to protect future generations. Waste management is not a flashy topic. It doesn't get many people excited or stir up headlines. But how we manage waste is critically important to every N.W.T community. Waste management is a shared challenge and responsibility and is key to protecting the North's waters and lands. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T has the second highest waste disposal rate in Canada, and this clearly puts environmental and financial pressure on all landfills across the territory. The panel highlighted the challenges facing landfills, including hazardous waste, industrial waste, as well as housing waste, and many N.W.T landfills are approaching the end of their life cycle. Mr. Speaker, 40% of N.W.T landfills are commercial waste relating to housing construction and repair, hospitals, and largely government infrastructure. This means there's plenty of room for the GNWT to be a leader in reducing landfill needs and pressure on municipalities. This is an opportunity for the GNWT to evaluate how it generates waste, support backhaul programs to remove waste, and explore the potential of regional landfills. But waste management is not solely a government responsibility, and each of us can make a significant impact on our landfills. 60% of landfills are residential waste, and almost half of the waste stream of that is compost. Composting and redirecting compostable material from general landfills reduces greenhouse gases, wildlife problems, fire risk, and the byproduct is soil. Mr. Speaker, we know that many of our communities are small and isolated, and the cost to remove waste is significant. But getting rid of solid waste stockpiles is fiscally and environmentally responsible. During the panel, several simple solutions were presented, like reducing waste and potential waste that enters communities, composting, and moving to less landfills with better services at each. Industry stakeholders are suggesting waste sorting and control measures to extend the life of landfills significantly. But to shift the trajectory of our trash requires the support of the GNWT and collaboration with municipalities. I will have questions for the Minister of Community and Municipal Affairs after this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Camlake. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, several of my colleagues have risen here in this House to speak on the ongoing... Oh, man. I have no luck, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this computer. I apologize. Okay. Several of my colleagues have risen over the last few weeks to speak on the horrors of the ongoing war in Ukraine and to denounce the tyrannical actions of Russian leader Vladimir Putin. On Monday, I spoke about the work being done by the Red Cross, and today I'd like to highlight an effort closer to home where Northerners can get directly involved. Mr. Speaker, the Firefighter Aid for Ukraine, or FAU's mission, is to collect unneeded or unwanted firefighter bunker and turnout gear, personal protective equipment or PPE, life rescue equipment, and medical supplies from fire departments and vendors in Canada. FAU also aims to raise the necessary funds to send those goods to first responders in Ukraine who are in desperate need of equipment and supplies to fulfill their duties to serve and protect citizens. As a team member of the 2012 Rotary Club Group Study Exchange focusing on emergency services, FAU organizer Kevin Royal visited cities and rural areas in Western Ukraine, including Kyiv. While there, the team visited several fire stations, medical centers, and training facilities. Mr. Royal observed in every instance that emergency medical responders were underfunded and attempting to fulfill their duties with worn-out tools and equipment, missing or inadequate PPE, and broken down archaic machinery and vehicles working out of dilapidated and crumbling facilities. The deficiencies result from a magnitude of reasons. Ukraine is considered a developing country after years of underfunding while part of the former Soviet bloc. After independence in 1991, Ukraine continued to feel the effects of this as it remains the poorest nation in Europe to this day. Vaccination rates for COVID have been low as availability has been extremely limited, something that only makes the ongoing war even more precarious. As the conflict in Ukraine continues, the situation for frontline first responders and medical workers worsens, placing them and citizens in jeopardy. That's why I'm pleased to announce that in partnership with Joe McBrien of Buffalo Airways and Matt Vincent of 62 Degrees North, and utilizing flights put on by Firefighter Aid for Ukraine, we will be collecting new or recently expired first aid kits to send over to support medical teams in the region. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Maybe I would have made it if I hadn't had my technical hiccup. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am challenging businesses, residents, and the government of the Northwest Territories to set aside and donate expired or soon-to-be expired first aid kits and supplies. Specifically, cloth bandages are needed. Northerners are by nature generous and always rise to the challenge. I believe that together we can provide a significant contribution of supplies that will save lives in Ukraine. More details on drop-off locations will be provided next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfwee.
Okay, I'll do it in my language.
Today is Friday, and we will go for a break pretty soon. So the interpreters, I'd like to thank the interpreters. They are our voices. They interpret for us. From Bichako is Harriet Paul and Willie Day dialect. Mero Sundberg from N.W.T. I'd like to thank them to relay the messages to our communities, and I wish you all a safe trip home and also the safety of our communities. We will also, public health tells us that we are able to go into the community, but I wish everyone would be safe and still use your mask just to be on the safe side. And I also like to tell everyone thank you for following these direction. It's been a long 2 years since COVID hit, and we're all from different communities. We love our people, and we don't want nothing to happen to them. We haven't seen a lot of our loved ones and family and friends for a long time, but we must also remember each other in prayer for those that are suffering. But there's going to be a lot of travel as well. They will travel. A lot of people will be traveling with skidoos. I wish them to be safe and also pray for each other for safety and good health. Also for this meeting, I'd like to thank everyone because this job that we are doing, it's a huge job, and we represent our people in the communities. We're not here on our behalf. We're the voices of our communities, and I wish everybody a safe break. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Member for Tunade-Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last few months, Canadians have experienced a huge increase in the cost of living. In January, prices rose by 5.1% over the year-by-year basis, up from 4.8% increase in December. Inflation hasn't been this high in generations since 1991. Northerners and constituents in my riding are feeling the pain, especially at the pumps. Gas prices this morning in Yellowknife are $1.75 a litre, and economists are warning that prices will go higher still as sanctions on Russia get tighter. Earlier this week, the government of Alberta acknowledged this burden on their residents. They didn't only acknowledge with their words, they took action. Starting April 1st, Alberta will be pausing excise tax on gasoline and diesel for at least 3 months. This will save Albertans 13.6 cents a litre of gas. Currently in the N.W.T, we already paid some of the highest costs of living. The N.W.T charges excise tax of 10.7 cents a litre on gasoline in communities connected to highways, 6.4 cents a litre of gasoline in communities off the highway, 9.1 cents a litre to motive diesel, and 3.1 cents a litre for non-motive diesel. On top of all of this, there is also a carbon tax, federal excise tax, and federal sales tax. High gas prices especially impact us in the north. In a vast and sparse territory, high gas prices raises the cost of goods for all northerners. Today, I'm calling on the N.W.T to stop the collection of the territorial fuel tax to offer northerners relief from current high fuel prices. In the 2022-23 main estimates, the Department of Finance expects to collect $19.3 million in fuel taxes. I believe some of that should be returned to northerners to provide much needed relief to northerners from historical high inflation. It's time that the N.W.T respond to concerns about the rising cost of living and offer relief. Pausing the territorial fuel tax puts money back into the pockets of northerners when they need it the most. I will have questions for the Finance Minister later on today. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife South.
Mr. Speaker, there's a large contingent here from Yellowknife South today. It is a PD day, and I'm happy to say, firstly, that well-known local artist Robbie Craig, and a good friend and a resident of Yellowknife South, has brought with him a number of my youngest constituents who have come here to learn about the functioning of government. We have Hannah Craig, Olivia Craig, Savannah Gosselin, and Finnegan Gosselin all in the house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife South. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome my oldest child and teenager who doesn't quite have a driver's license, Jackson Bowden. So thank you very much to Robbie Craig for driving the kids down today. Jackson, because it's a PD day, is providing childcare to Yellowknife South, and I have to thank him for providing a lot of childcare to his younger siblings and allowing me to work in the house. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Sawtoo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I myself want to acknowledge my colleagues' children here attending our session today. It's very inspiring to see these young constituents here. It reminds me of myself when my mom had taken interpretation interpretation when we were looking at denonation and the COPE. I was a child like that as well too, and observing my mom in leadership. And I also want to acknowledge my colleague Emily Semler as well too, with her grandmother as well in the leadership roles. We were children and we were in the same seats as well too. So thanks to the children for coming, and you're very inspiring. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Sawtoo. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Welcome once again to the gallery, and it's always good to have an audience after a good year and a half with nobody in our audience. It's really good to have people back, so welcome once again. Merci. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I spoke about in my member statement, when reviewing the capital budget this year, a couple times I asked, what do we think that school is going to cost, or what do we think that transmission line is going to cost? And the minister would always reply, as that the policy is due to concerns with procurement and kind of telling everyone what we want them to bid or what they'll just bid up to that. That we could never talk about those numbers. My questions with the Minister of Finance is whether we can review this policy to see which projects it would be reasonable to give some sort of estimated cost publicly on, or to at least give the amount that we're approving in the current capital budget year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can certainly, we're always striving to ensure that what we publish and what we put out is accurate and as fulsome as possible. And of course, having to also balance the fact that there are procurement issues and procurement concerns about wanting to be fair and open and go through that process in a way that doesn't negatively impact on the competitive nature of that process. So, Mr. Speaker, right now we have a budget that gets appropriated 1 year at a time. We put the numbers out 1 year at a time, and that is right now how we're planning to continue. At the same time, again, as I've said, if we can look at getting information about the projects that have on the agenda out further, we can certainly consider doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And perhaps the way the capital budget is defined by finance and accountants is not the way to do this. I'm wondering if, and I think this would probably be a conversation with infrastructure, if we could publish, a 5-year capital plan which shows the ranges of each project and what they're expected to cost. Because right now the capital budget is a point-in-time snapshot. We approved $3 million of a $60 million project that will eventually roll out over the years, and it's next to impossible to track. So I'm wondering if we could go out and publish our 5-year capital plan that actually shows some of the estimated costs on the projects we're building, of the billions of dollars we are spending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when we go out and do Industry Day, we certainly do make an effort to provide the industry information about what's coming up in future years. What is not included is the specific price or budget that's associated to it. That's the element that is the concern around not impacting on procurement. But to the extent that we want to get more information about the content of what is planned without necessarily impeding the ability to go out and do a competitive process, yes, then that element of it, I think we can certainly look at making sure we've got more about what projects are coming, and as I've said before, specifically what projects are coming to which community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quite convinced of the tendering concern. I've seen many governments say, the estimated cost of a school is $20 million, and then bids come in at 30. I'm not sure that it's going to prejudice that much. But the other problem I have is that we actually don't publish anywhere the actual costs of projects once they're expended. The public accounts wrap up all of the infrastructure actuals into very large numbers, but nowhere is information on specific projects once they're actually done posted. I could go through all of the contract exercises and piece together who won what tenders and what the final bid amount was after that's done, but we have no idea after years later when it's constructed what the actual cost came out to be with change orders and delays and whatnot. I'm wondering if we can find a way to publish what it actually costs to build some of our infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, so the members already identified that we do, in fact, publish that information. It's not in a format that necessarily attaches project by project. There's contract reporting, there's the public accounts. So the fact of the matter is all the information is already public. It's a matter of reorganizing it. Mr. Speaker, I know the Comptroller General's office is very keen to look at better ways always of putting information out. So yes, we can take this back and look at finding a better way to communicate what has been spent on individual projects. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the way we do our capital budgeting, as I said, is that snapshot year to year. You know, it's $5 million 1 year of a $60 million project. And I think this has led to the Minister of Finance and Infrastructure getting far too many questions than they need about carryovers. It is understandable in a multi-million-dollar project that it's going to roll out over a number of years, and it's not going to line up perfectly to fiscal years. But we do carry over quite a lot of our capital budget, and I'm wondering if the minister can work to publish some more information about, you know, why things are being carried over. What was it? Delays? Was it design? Or was it simply just that we put too much money up front to make sure that, you know, the Assembly would actually approve it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not putting more money up front so that the Assembly approves it. That's certainly been my experience, that it actually tends to be sometimes the opposite. But all the other examples that the member gives are quite valid. They are all discussed when we come forward, when the House sees whether it's the capital plan or whether there's fiscal updates, questions about individual projects. So there's certainly plenty of that information already out there. And if it's a matter of simply changing where we report that, putting it out better, you know, in the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, we started to put out contract reports. They're done graphically, visually, all with a view to putting out the information about what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing it. So certainly that I'm more than happy to say that we'll find a way that we can get that information out so that folks are knowing what's getting built and what isn't getting built and why. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Premier. Can the Premier tell us if there have been any discussions with the federal government around bringing Ukrainian refugees to the Northwest Territories or Canada, similar to how we took care of the Syrians when they were in their conflict? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't personally had those conversations with the Prime Minister yet, but I do know that the Deputy Minister of ECE has had conversations, so you might want to defer that to ECE. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been engaged with the federal government. Yesterday, the Deputy Minister met with the Deputy Ministers from across Canada who are responsible for immigration, and conversations have begun. We also have the Forum of Ministers responsible for immigration. That is an ongoing group, and these discussions are being had in that forum as well. And based on those discussions, we will be taking next steps. But I know the federal government has made changes to the immigration program specifically for Ukraine. There's a Canada-Ukraine authorization for emergency travel, which expedites the process. It removes some of the visa requirements. It adjusts the vaccination requirements based on some of the comments made by the member. And there's a special family reunification stream as well that I believe they're also looking to expand. And they have a dedicated, contact for anyone from the Ukraine looking to immigrate. So we are working with the federal government, but we don't have a role yet to take in immigrants or refugees from the Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's actually a bigger response than I expected, so I'm really glad to hear that, and that the conditions around the vaccine, et cetera, are being addressed as well. I'd like to go back to the Premier, if that's okay. My next question is, will the Premier commit to directing her Cabinet colleagues to direct their departments to put aside and set aside any recently expired or soon-to-be expired first aid kits? In the Northwest Territories, it's required under OHS law that kits be replaced, and it's an ongoing thing that happens regularly, and those bandages could be used. So I'd like to hear if the Premier will commit to directing the N.W.T to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I was thinking when the member shared the question with me earlier, and and I was thinking about checking with the Red Cross, but I did hear in the statement that looks like Buffalo Joe might be taking something on. So yes, Mr. Speaker, seeing as that's, I want to give kudos out to Buffalo Joe and the community members that are doing that as well. But if they're doing that, then yes, we will put a notice to departments. But I'll also go a step further and put something in our BareNet and asking anybody else, any government employees who have outdated first aid kits that would like to donate, then I think that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, we don't get a lot of time to explain everything going on, and there will be more details coming, but it is with 62 Degrees North, which is a medic company. Buffalo Airways as well will help with transportation, and then I'm going to be doing most of the running around and collecting the kits. So I do appreciate the Premier's commitment to put that on BareNet and ask that, yes, that it also be emphasized that construction companies, all of our client type groups as well and businesses could also, this could be spread to them too. I'm hoping that I don't end up with a pile of first aid kits at my house, so I will have to provide you with a drop-off location next week. No question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Taking his comment. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a member statement before too, so, but this is reference to a couple of days ago. So, Mr. Speaker, the biggest challenge in Klitschko regions, or in my regions, or in all the other regions as well, maybe, no. But improving mental health and responding to addictions and improving housing conditions is a major issue. And so those are the major issues. But with that in mind, yes, Minister did say that her government had not received enough application to spend all the money, and that's reference to my questions. Why would small communities apply for these funding? That what the government should do is that just give the money to the small communities or to authorities and set up a program that is appropriate for them. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask the Minister, what community-based drug addiction program is the department offering in the regions?
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were a variety of questions in that statement. I'll talk about the community-based funds. We are hoping to empower Indigenous governments to design and implement their own healing and mental health support programs. That's the point of having the funds that we offer in the Department of Health. Some of those funds were not fully subscribed in this fiscal year. Indigenous governments will take the initiative to apply for them. There are a variety of reasons they may not apply, and I'm going to say the primary one is capacity, that the Indigenous government doesn't have the capacity to implement a program within their community. At the Department of Health and Social Services, we're more than happy to help people with applications and to figure out how they can offer services in their communities. The starting point is to call the health center, or in the member's case, the Klitschko Community Services Agency, and find out what they're doing. And my recommendation is that she suggests that they provide more specific information on barriers they might be encountering to me. She's welcome to do that in an email while we're on the break, so that we can figure out how to get the money spent. The money is there. We want it to be spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Okay, well, that's good. The money is there. That's what I was just referring to. Why does small communities have to apply for these programs? They should just allocate the fund where it's needed. And right now, like I said, improving mental health, addictions, and housing issues is a major issue in a lot of small communities. So why would we have to, why They know the problem is there. Why do we have to apply? They should just allocate the fund, based on needs. So the second question is still the same, but will the minister commit to finding a community-based solution to the drug addiction problem in the regions? I said in the regions, not Clitro regions, but in the regions.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to repeat everything that I just said about community-based initiatives and capacity. There are resources available in the communities. If it's treatment, there are limited options in the communities. It's primarily focused around on the land healing. If people want to attend residential facility-based treatment, then they would need to connect with community counseling and get a referral. The waiting times vary depending on the place that the patient would like to go or the resident would like to go. But all of these services are in place. The activation point is that people need to engage the system. The system does not go out and proactively say, you need drug assistance, and this is how. So I really encourage her to, when she has cases of people who are requiring treatment or requiring additional supports, that they proactively reach out to the healthcare provider, and if that's not satisfactory, then escalate to my office. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Mumfui. Oral questions, Member for New-Vic-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. During the main estimates this week in the Committee of the Whole, the Minister stated the review of the medical travel policy was complete and committee was briefed. However, can the Minister confirm if the escort policy has made any changes in this review? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for New-Vic-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the member for N.W.T. Lakes for that question. In the briefing that we provided almost a year ago, we went over a number of areas that we looked to examine the complaints that we had at the time. They had to do with whether escort should be provided to people at a specific age. We also looked at the criteria for the escorts, the exceptions policy, how the exceptions policy is implemented, and so on. So there is not a new ministerial directive on this. I think there's new awareness of ways in which we can improve the services that we provide to residents. One of the big learnings, it's appropriate to what I just said to the member from Mumfui, is that we find that people don't always ask for an escort, and that should be the starting point. If you ask for an escort, then there's the practitioner can make a decision about that, and then there's the possibility of an exception if it's not granted. So I just want to say that we're on a continuous improvement path with medical travel, and I appreciate the member bringing up issues as they arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for New-Vic-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember being in that review. I don't remember any changes actually really presented to us, but I'll move on. Can the Minister advise us how clients who stay in hotels, or can the Minister advise us if clients who stay in hotels, can they ensure that there's either restaurants in that whole hotel that are being provide the meals, or provide them with per diem so that they can eat in those restaurants in the hotels? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for New-Vic-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member bringing this concern to my attention. It's my understanding that we are also on a continuous quality improvement process with the food. We respond to complaints as we receive them by contacting the service provider and asking them to remedy the complaints that we bring to their attention. Once again, in this area, I would ask people who are finding the food they're provided inadequate in quantity or quality to make sure they talk to the service provider about that, so that if at all possible, the situation can be remedied without it being escalated to my office, which would involve considerable time, which we want a more an efficient process. So I would suggest that people talk to the service providers with any complaints they have. We do have more formal process such as an audit, but that's not where we would go first. We would try for a one-on-one resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm an Indigenous person. I'm very vocal. I will stand up for myself. But majority of our Indigenous people and a lot of our elders, when they go into health authority, a health system, any type of system, they don't speak up to themselves. They come to us afterwards, and then they speak to us because they trust us. They won't speak to the people working there because they don't know them. So, when that minister says that they should speak to them, they just end up hungry while they're there. That's why I'm raising the issue, and I'm hoping that this issue could be looked into. So, can the minister explain how the Department of Health and Social Services does quality control, and when do they do quality control with the contractor that's providing meals and the boarding home to the medical travel patients? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NTHSSA is interested in hearing from clients about their experience in the boarding home and in other parts of the health and social services system. There's a patient experience questionnaire available right now. So there's provision for those conversations to happen every day if they need to. We need a starting point of a collection of complaints, and I appreciate the member's point that she feels that people are not vocal, but I don't know how else we can find out what's wrong in order to be able to fix it. We need some kind of system. And if it's through the member, then that's one way to learn about client experience and how we can improve on that. I would really encourage the member to print out copies of the patient experience questionnaire or obtain it from the Inuvik Regional Hospital and share that with people who are frequent medical travel users, so that we have that way of addressing the issues that she's raising today. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the minister for and I have shared the quality control. Again, I've worked in the health system for many years, and we've done the quality control for years with the health and social services. The rates that we get back are not always great. So you know what, this is actually a good pop for the Indigenous advocate. Patient advocate can be following up with all our medical travel patients. So if we can get those positions in place, great, then they will be working on stuff like that. Will the minister also commit to program consistency within medical travel policy and possibly provide a live algorithm based on past approved exception lists for their staff so they can refer to this and be more efficient in applying exceptions on the time, and also with their health staff to making sure that these exceptions are being requested at the time of the medical travel? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. I don't have the information to answer it, so I'll get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions for the Minister of Lands, responsible for granting of recreational leases. I won't ask the Minister for a full rundown of how long lease applications have been sitting in the department's offices, but can the Minister tell us roughly how many recreation land lease applications are currently active for the Yellowknife area and whether there are any service standards in place? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have 19 current applications in the Yellowknife area under Aboriginal consultation. Our consultation commencing period is about 60 days for this area. However, if there's comments or concerns are received through the consultation period, it may be extended and basically consultation is not closed until concerns related to Aboriginal rights are addressed and accommodated. In regards to customer service standards, we do have new customer service standards. We've sent it to committee and we are actually implementing them as we speak right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. It'd be great to get those service standards on the department's website. I know of at least 2 applications which are passing their first year anniversary pending the outcome of consultations. We know that there's little prospect of these applications being dealt with before an Indigenous land rights agreements for the Yellowknife area is completed. So practically speaking, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us why his department continues to accept recreational lease applications in this area? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you. Just a comment. As for the service standards, once we get them from committee and the improvements, we will make sure we post them on that. In regards to his question, there's nothing prohibiting the department from receiving and accepting applications in the areas that are not subject to a land withdrawal. The department has also communicated it is not accepting applications for cabin leases in focused areas along the Ingham Trail and Highway number 3. The department informs the applicants that their application remains subject to consultation, and if there's a land withdrawal in place, the department does not accept those applications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. One of the top-level priorities for this government in our mandate priorities was to settle and implement treaty land resources and self-government agreements. As the Minister with lead for lands issues, can the Minister tell us why he does not simply tell applicants that they are unlikely to be successful until a land rights agreement is achieved? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Again, there is nothing prohibiting the department from receiving and accepting applications in areas that are not subject to a land withdrawal. The department informs applicants their application remains subject to consultation. The department must respect its obligations to Indigenous governments. We take any concerns regarding potential rights or impacts of Aboriginal rights seriously and work through these concerns, which does take us time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. There might be room for some movement on recreational leases in the Yellowknife area if N.W.T would consider an interim co-management approach or maybe even revenue sharing with Indigenous governments. Can the Minister tell us whether his department has ever considered these approaches and what was the outcome? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been having ongoing discussions with Indigenous governments on ways to cooperatively plan and manage lands. This includes land use planning, local area planning, and mechanisms such as ballot draws in high-demand areas. We are also encouraging Indigenous governments to work through negotiation table to make sure that the current land withdrawals better reflects their land selection interests. Land withdrawals are the tool we use to protect land for future land selection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Tunde Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my member statement, inflation is reaching levels not seen in generations. No more at the pumps. Northerners need relief. What action is the Department of Finance considering to provide relief to Northerners? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point, what we are going to be doing is bringing forth some information to Cabinet for consideration. This is a situation with the inflation and the cost of fuel that is impacting governments and residents across Canada. It's one that I know many governments are facing, and they're facing calls to take some action. It's difficult, of course, to simply come out and come out with a quick and say we're going to slash taxes without giving some consideration to what those impacts are. There are, of course, I do want to make clear that the fuel taxes don't apply to home heating fuel. So to the extent that that's a concern, Mr. Speaker, people may not be aware of it. It doesn't apply to home heating fuel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Toonaday-Wilday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As noted in my member statement, Alberta has decided to pause provincial fuel excise tax. Will the minister commit to pausing the territorial excise tax on gasoline and diesel? Thank you.
Member for Toonaday-Wilday, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too took note when Alberta came out with that announcement of the change. Alberta is, as to my knowledge at this point, the only province that has done so. Ontario, Yukon, BC have also been faced that same question and thus far are declining. Alberta's in the somewhat fortunate, I suppose, situation that as gas prices go up, they stand to benefit significantly and their revenues will be going up significantly as a result. And if I believe, in fact, that their tax changes are being tied to the cost of fuel, and as it goes up and their revenues rise, they can afford to make those changes. So we're not quite in the same situation, Mr. Speaker, but we're certainly paying attention to what's happening elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Toonaday-Wilday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the fuel prices have been going up for some time, and it's getting to a record high now. So what happens if gas prices continues to increase over $2 a litre? At what point will the department consider taking action to reduce fuel prices in the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Toonaday-Wilday, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the kind of question that the department needs to look at and analyze more carefully in terms of tracking what the costs are, who is paying those costs. Are these consumers that are industrial consumers and transportation trucks, or is it individual citizens paying at the pumps? These are all some of the considerations we want to take in and considering what would the impacts be and where would we be able to find those funds. For every time, of course, if we were to say that we're going to stop the fuel tax, we need to consider what that does to the government's ability to provide relief in various forms to the most vulnerable residents. So again, exactly that question is what we'll be looking at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Toonaday-Wilday.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Finance Minister. In terms of timelines, when you guys are going to take a look at this, can you give me some feedback in terms of timelines when they're going to bring this to the Cabinet and get back to the House on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Toonaday-Wilday, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's exactly the kind of question I expect to have on the floor, and unfortunately the kind of question to which I'm going to not provide a firm answer right on the spot. We haven't even passed our current mains, and of course I'm having deja vu to 2 years ago when the situation was changing so rapidly with the beginning of COVID, and now here we are facing a bit of a different financial crisis. As I said, when Alberta came out with this announcement, that same day I'd asked the Department of Finance to start to look at this. I gather other jurisdictions are also looking at it. They're putting these materials together for us now, and it'll come to Cabinet as quickly as it can. I'm well aware that this is an impact that's going to have on northern residents. We want to figure out what that impact might be and what leeway we have to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, written questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how many communities in my question, sorry, for the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs, how many communities in the N.W.T have landfill managers that have completed the School of Community Government Solid Waste Program? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the School of Community Government offers courses annually, and attendance usually 5 to 10, depending on the year and the location. And the next course is scheduled for April 2022 in Fort Simpson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Standards Council of Canada has developed northern infrastructure standards to help communities build in permafrost, deal with extreme weather, and design for climate change. There's a standard for solid waste sites in northern Canada. This standard will help sustainable design, operation, and maintenance of northern solid waste facilities considering all phases of their life cycles. Can the minister confirm that the School of Community Government Solid Waste Management course meets the standard as set by the Standards Council of Canada, and if not, can the minister commit to revising the program materials to ensure they are in alignment with this standard? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Northern Infrastructure Standards Initiative guidelines or guidance document for solid waste site was only finalized in October of 2021. ENR, Municipal and Community Affairs, and the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board staff contributed to the guide. The School of Community Government will use this guide to update its solid waste management courses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, does the training teach waste segregation and compaction, and will the minister work with his department to create hands-on training in municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, like we are working with our communities. Our staff are reviewing the final standards and will incorporate the sections that are appropriate to the N.W.T in future training, but we do work with communities, and sometimes if it's one's off, we do that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, access to training as well as high turnover are some of the challenges that communities face with respect to the management of landfills. Will the minister look at alternate ways to deliver training under the School of Community Government to bring hands-on training into the community for more effective delivery of this course? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, and I thank the member for that. The question, I might have answered a little bit of it on my previous one there, but there are many training methods for solid waste management. This course is already delivered at various communities with some on-site exercises, and MACA always has the option to do one-on-one training in communities. I know in my personal experience previously, we did lots of one-on-ones if the communities weren't able to attend a training event as it was scheduled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. All of the communities could use help with backhaul of hazardous and industrial waste from their landfills across the Northwest Territories, especially ones that sit along the Mackenzie River, given that our MTS barges sometimes travel empty on their return leg down the Mackenzie. So I'm wondering, can the minister commit to work with the Minister of Infrastructure to target industrial waste removal from communities along the Mackenzie River for the 2022 summer season? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the 2022 to 2024, MACA will be working with communities on a regional basis to remove hazardous waste and stockpiles from their landfill. This project is under federal funding from the Investment in Canada plan, and the communities are using some of their community public infrastructure funding to help with this project. The cleanup will be following up. The cleanup will follow up with training for better management going forward. So we have actually started doing this, and we'll continue this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister, both in his role as Minister of MACA and Minister of ENR, work with the Minister of Housing to identify solutions where the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation waste is not negatively contributing to community landfill sites? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of that ENR Infrastructure and Housing are working together to review how they manage construction site waste. MAC is also supporting communities with their landfill management, including bylaws and rules for accepting waste. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is MACA considering less landfills with better services to help manage waste on a more regional basis? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I get the member to re-ask that question? I was a little preoccupied. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if the Minister and his department are considering less landfills across the Northwest Territories to allow them to focus on better services from fewer landfills. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we aren't considering less landfill sites, but we're working with the municipalities to manage their landfill sites better. By shrinking them, then we have challenges at the regional level where you're going to store it, what landfill site you're going to be using. So right now we work with the municipalities to address this, and we try to help them manage properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is compost day for much of Cam Lake. I'm just wondering if the Minister will commit to composting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you. Already there. Been doing that for a long time. As soon as I became the Minister for ENR, it was actually make sure I have to do that. But yes, we are doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, written questions, written questions, returns to written questions, returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's address, replies to Commissioner's address, petitions, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Minister responsible for education, culture and employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document: Government of the Northwest Territories Response to Committee Report 20-19(2), Report on the Review of Bill 30 and Act to amend the Aurora College Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. What we heard, Northwest Territories Liquor Legislation Review, March 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Follow-up letter for oral question 918-19(2) mental health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Government of Canada. Travel. Proof of vaccination for Indigenous peoples and Northerners in remote communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, second by the Honourable Member for Haverford North, that when this House adjourns on Friday, March the 11th, 2022, it shall be adjourned until Monday, March the 28th, 2022. And furthermore, and that at any time prior to March 28, 2022, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice, and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Tuesday, March 29th, 2022, I will move that Bill 48, Arbitration Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, No. 2, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Pursuant to Rule 8.2 brackets 3, Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act No. 2 is deemed read the first time and is now ready for second reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration of Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 29, 37, and 38. Committee Report 24-19 brackets 2. Committee Report 25-19 brackets 2. Minister Statement 202-19 brackets 2. Table document 561, 567, 578, 579-19 brackets 2 with member for Nevicton Lake signature.
There's no food. I know, we're not taking. I'll now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Madam Chair, you got it right. Committee wishes to deal with Committee Report 24-19 19 brackets 2, Bill 37, Bill 38, Table Document 578-19 brackets 2, Table Document 579-19 brackets 2. Merci, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair.
Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will proceed with the first item. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 24-19-2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Report on the statutory reviews of the Species at Risk N.W.T. Act and Wildlife Act. I will go to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Government Operations for any opening remarks. Mr. Bonner.
Economic Development.
Sorry. Yes, to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development, sorry, for any opening remarks and comments. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the committee's report was read into the record on Tuesday, March 8, 2022. I do not have any additional substantive comments to add at this time. Individual members may have comments on the report. I'd like to thank the committee for all their hard work on this report, especially the support staff that we have that put a lot of time and effort into preparing documents for us and setting up the meetings for us. Their actions are very much appreciated by the committee. I will allow a moment to see if there's any committee members that would like to have a say on the report. Let's see.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 24-19-2, Standing Committee on Economic Development Environment Report on the Statutory Reviews, Species at Risk, N.W.T. Act, and Wildlife Act. Seeing no comments, Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of Northwest Territories advance discussions under Section 12 of the Wildlife Act with Indigenous governments who are not represented by existing renewable resource boards or without a final lands, resources, and self-government agreement. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just so the public, members and so on know, Section 12 of the Wildlife Act authorizes the minister to enter into agreements regarding wildlife management. So the committee heard a number of points of view about how particularly governments that don't have agreements don't believe that they have a strong enough say in wildlife management. This section of the Wildlife Act would give the minister the ability to enter into agreements or arrangements of some sort with those governments that are still negotiating so that they can have a say over wildlife management, particularly in their areas of interest. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion? Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Thank you. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources strengthen the application and use of Sections 14 and 21 under the Species at Risk N.W.T. Act to ensure that Indigenous governments, without a final agreement, have a say in management of species at risk. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion? Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories establish an expedited legal process for Indigenous hunters to regain access to hunting equipment when there is a risk of losing the hunting season without it. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to briefly speak to this point or this motion in dealing with Indigenous hunters that have come to me about issues around meat seizure, etc. This was something that was raised and strongly championed by my colleague for Montfouille about them not losing their entire hunting season based on one maybe perhaps not even true infraction. So I thought this was a really important motion such that people are not penalized while they go through the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I think this is about trying to find a balance here. I don't think anybody feels that the ENR staff in particular, they need to have broad enforcement authority, and I think there's some other commentary in here about how some better cultural sensitivity training and so on might be made available to officers, and I think we all recognize they have a very difficult job to do when they're out in the field, very difficult. And but the way I guess the court process works, sometimes stuff that is seized during an investigation sits for months. I guess, so trying to find if there's some way in which the seizure itself can be dealt with more quickly so that equipment in particular or meat can be shared before it spoils and so on. I think that's what this is aimed at. I don't think this is criticism in any way of the enforcement officers and the difficult job that they have. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Thank you. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories increase funding support for the Community Harbour Assistance Program and related programs that develop hunting, trapping, and harvesting skills. Merci.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Thank you. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories make hunter education a requirement at the kindergarten to grade 12 N.W.T. education curriculum. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories expand Section 98 of the Wildlife Act to require consideration of community conservation plans when determining allocation of harvests for wildlife, and that written reasons be required for all decisions on harvest allocations. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories work with Indigenous governments and renewable resource boards to identify appropriate, culturally grounded processes for enforcement using alternative measures, which include restorative justice models. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories establish a role for Indigenous guardians in legislation. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So there's an extensive coverage of this in the committee report about the economic benefits of guardians in conservation areas and so on. They're not really sacrifice zones, as I think I heard earlier in the House, but they do bring their own sets of benefits, and I don't think that what's been suggested here is that there necessarily needs to be separate legislation, but I think that there's probably ways in which the guardians can be recognized in the existing Wildlife Act and perhaps Species at Risk Act in terms of the contribution that they can make in terms of monitoring and research in particular. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories create a funding program to establish and maintain Indigenous guardian programs in communities, and that multi-year funding be available to employ people in small communities. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories remove any regulatory barriers that prevent communities from sharing wild meat to improve food security. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, you basically need a law degree to figure out whether you can trade with your cousin a bag of dry meat. And the reason for this is quite complicated in that the settled groups had different clauses about when you are allowed to exchange wild meat. Generally, the ENR will prosecute you if you sell any wild meat. That's a much bigger debate about market hunting. But if you're an Indigenous person in an unsettled area, arguably you have a very strong case that you can traditionally trade wild meat, and that is a right you have regardless of whether it's a claim. And so what I think ENR needs to do here is find, the highest possible standard and just tell everyone that they are allowed to, trade or barter wild meat for personal use. Right now, it's not the same everywhere. It depends on your neighbors and a series of tests, but we are charging people for wild meat in different cases, and it is very confusing. This has been recommended in the food security motion and a number of times, and I think we just need to go above and beyond the land claims and give people the right to exchange some wild meat. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories expand Part 6, Conservation and Management Measures of the Wildlife Act to include provisions for nomination of conservation areas by Indigenous governments and others consistent to the Protected Areas Act. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Mr. Bonarush.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories make the results of discussions at meetings under Section 15 of the Wildlife Act publicly available. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Mr. Bonarush.
Merci, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources extend the statutory review period under Section 171 of the Wildlife Act to match the review period established under Section 147 of the Species at Risk N.W.T. Act, and that both of these statutory review periods be required every other assembly. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask committee to indulge me on my opinions of statutory reviews. This was a compromise by committee. I am of the opinion we should have no statutory reviews at all. Historically, they have been put in by members who feel one piece of legislation is more important than another. There's about a dozen or so out of the over 280 pieces of legislation the N.W.T has. If you looked at that list, there is no at all argument you could make those are the most important pieces of legislation. It includes almost none of MACA's legislation, which is everything about communities and their powers. It's almost none of finance's legislation. The Financial Administration Act, I would argue, is the most important piece of legislation we have. It's none of the tax legislation. Almost none of the Department of Justice's legislation in regards to contract law, establishing corporations, construction law. They don't have statutory reviews. Residential tenancies, employment standards, Education Act, human rights, don't have statutory reviews. The list goes on of extremely important acts that have become very outdated and never got a review because committees are obliged to conduct statutory reviews. I think a much better policy would be to ask each committee to pick two pieces of legislation at the beginning of an assembly that they think are their priority. What has resulted in many committees is we're reviewing acts that are not our priority. I actually found this Wildlife Act review underwhelming. There was not a lot of urge on the parts of Indigenous governments to reopen the Wildlife Act. I think that's due to ENR's credit in that they have been working diligently on every possible matter and consulting and you know, I think there were much higher priorities than these two acts. So my preference would be to get rid of every single statutory review, or at the very least, we as committees should look at what currently has a statutory review and what doesn't, and pick what are clearly priorities, because there is a lot of outdated legislation in this territory that has never been reviewed and never will be. But what this motion does is not that. It lines up the period. Right now, the Wildlife Act and the Species at Risk Act were at 10 and 7 years. The problem with fixed timelines is they often land right before an election. So you are sitting there 3 months before an election, and you're supposed to be completing a statutory review. So it either gets rushed or it just gets put off and we don't land on the timeline. What we recommended is that since Species at Risk and wildlife are linked, to make them have the same review period and to link it to the assemblies, so every second assembly. This way, we know when it's coming up and it doesn't land, you know, on year 1 or year 3. So those are my opinions on statutory reviews. I think this is a larger conversation that needs to be had with all committees, but when ministers bring forward the suite of legislation to come, please do not include statutory reviews. When committees review the legislation to come, please do not add them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. I guess I'm going to start that debate on the statutory reviews, but yeah, I support this recommendation. It is about trying to coordinate the statutory review requirements under these two pieces of legislation and look at the timing of that so that it falls within the time frame for each of the assemblies at a better time. That's what this is really aimed at. But just on the issue of statutory reviews, and I don't want to prolong this too much longer, but committees are free to set their own priorities at any point. They can decide what they want to do. They can decide that they want to review other legislation that doesn't even require statutory review of any sort. So that's up to each committee to decide it, and they can do that at any point. Where these provisions have been put in, and based on my experience in the last assembly, they were largely inserted into new or contentious legislation. The one that stands out for me is STIP, where the instructional hours were reduced for teachers. There was a lot of public concern around that, and it was felt that there needed to be an evaluation of it to try to balance different points of view and interests and so on. And I think the same holds true with the Wildlife Act. It was a very contentious piece of legislation where N.W.T basically had to be dragged kicking and screaming into working with Indigenous governments and implementing land rights agreements. So another example, though, of where a statutory review would have been very helpful would have been on the Access to Information Protection of Privacy Act. It was passed in 1994 and took literally 25 years to finally get a detailed review. And it just took way too long, and there was just no interest on the part of Cabinet to actually review it in any way. So I do believe that statutory reviews serve a useful function, a useful check and balance, particularly on newer contentious pieces of legislation. And I'll leave it at that for now, Madam Chair, but I'm happy to engage my colleague from Yellowknife North on this debate moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with my colleague from YK North, and we do spend a lot of time on on reviewing legislation, and probably not as much time as we should spend on other very important things that also affect people. We can either when we look at legislation, my preference would be to remove all the requirements and pick those pieces of legislation that we as MLAs of the day feel that need to be worked on. Either that, or we just provide it that requirement in all of it, which doesn't make any sense. So my preference on this is to in the future going ahead is that maybe we have that discussion of removing the requirement for statutory reviews. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Tabacha.
I just want to make a comment, Madam Chair, on the whole review process, because I know that in my area that we have a reserve, and because we have a reserve, members of the Salt River First Nation have to follow the Wildlife Act, but there's no enforcement on reserve. And so I don't know when that's ever going to happen. So, ENR, most of the times, 99% of ENR do the job that a lot of the things that but this was kind of forced down on us. I remember being part of the Acacia Territory at the time, and this whole Wildlife Act was kind of forced down our throats, and there was not a lot of consultation, and there was a lot of sometimes the reviews do have to take place because it's still not serving the people of the Salt River First Nation because there's no enforcement on reserve, but they expect all those members to follow the Wildlife Act. So if poachers go on reserve, there's no consequences. So anybody could do whatever they want, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? That motion is carried. Thank you. Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. This is the final motion. I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report within 120 days. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of Committee Report 24-19-2, Standing Committee on the Economic Development and Environment Report on the Statutory Reviews of the Species at Risk, N.W.T. Act and Wildlife Act? Thank you. Committee, we have concluded consideration of Committee Report 24-19-2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Report on the Statutory Review of the Species at Risk, N.W.T. Act and Wildlife Act. All right, so committee, we will now take a short recess. I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 37, an act to amend the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 37, an act to amend the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Bill 37 is a somewhat administrative bill proposing 3 amendments to the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act in order to clarify certain provisions. First, the bill proposes an amendment to the definition of business day to account for mandatory leave days during December and January when N.W.T offices, including the Information and Privacy Commissioner's office, are closed. This will ensure these mandatory leave days, in addition to weekends and holidays, are not included in the timelines prescribed under the Act. The bill proposes to remove the words agency and agencies from the definition of common or integrated programs. Currently, the term agency is used in 2 different ways in the Act, and neither are defined. This change will not affect the purpose of common or integrated programs, which is to allow disclosure of personal information between public bodies to benefit the public. The term agency will remain in the Act as a type of public body. Finally, the bill will also clarify the Information and Privacy Commissioner's order-making authority at the conclusion of a privacy review. This concludes my opening remarks, and I would be pleased to answer any questions that members may have regarding Bill 37, and I do have witnesses I wish to bring to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee on Government Operations, the committee that considered the bill for opening comments. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our report was already read into the record, and I think the Minister summarized the bill pretty well. It's rather administrative. I'd just like to thank him and his staff. There was quite a back and forth with the lawyers on getting the wording of business days just right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, can you please escort the witnesses into the chamber? Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you. We have Elizabeth Doyle, N.W.T Access and Privacy Officer, and Ian Rennie, Legislative Counsel, the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 37. As a committee agreed that there are no further general comments, we can proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1. Does committee agree? Clause 2. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is the section that was moved as amended, and essentially we just clarified that statutory leave is being included in business days, but the mandatory leave for the period of December 19th and January 5th. Prior to that, it didn't include that. We're really just doing a very N.W.T amendment and making Donny Days a business day. But my question for the minister is, business days are, a very important definition in a lot of acts and have very significant consequences in other legislation. I'm just wondering if this issue is expected to arise or exists in any other pieces of legislation, or if that's something the minister is looking into. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Justice.
Thank you. It's a bit beyond the scope of this bill, so I don't have that information on hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I could just get a commitment that the minister asks one of the lawyers to go look and make sure that we're not going to get in a fight about business days and a bunch of other pieces of legislation at some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Justice.
Thank you. I can commit to getting back to the member with some information on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Clause 2, does committee agree? Clause 3, does committee agree? Committee to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 37, an act to amend the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Bill 37, an act to amend the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act, is now ready for third reading. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 37, an act to amend the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act? Thank you. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to our witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 38, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2021. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 38, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2021. The purpose of Bill 38 is to amend various statutes of the Northwest Territories for which minor changes are proposed or errors or inconsistencies have been identified. Each amendment included in the bill had to meet the following criteria. It must not be controversial. It must not involve the spending of public funds. It must not prejudicially affect rights. It must not create a new offense or subject a new class of persons to an existing offense. Departments responsible for the various statutes being amended have reviewed and approved the changes. The amendments proposed in Bill 38 are minor, uncontroversial, or non-substantive, and many consist of technical corrections. The amendments are of such a nature, and the preparation and legislative consideration of individual bills to correct each statute would be time-consuming for the government and the Legislative Assembly. This concludes my opening remarks, and I would be pleased to answer any questions that members may have regarding Bill 38. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee of Social Development, the committee that considered the bill, for opening comments. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 38, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2021, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 25th, 2021, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On February 3rd, 2022, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's Mr. Ian Rennie from the last bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 38. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a comment that I'm sure the Minister will note is well out the scope of this bill. I'm a huge fan of the Miscellaneous Statute Amendments law, and I think we should look to expand it more. Getting legislation passed in this House is a grueling and very difficult process, and we have a giant legislative backlog. The N.W.T. in its history has never passed an omnibus bill, has never attempted to combine a bunch of pieces of legislation or get a whole suite of amendments done, and I really think they should. And this is about as close as we come as these little administrative ones, but I think the N.W.T. could probably push the limits of what it could sneak by the legislature and catch up a lot of the outstanding recommendations. And I would encourage the Minister of Justice to look into how to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Justice.
Thank you. I'm not going to look into how to sneak things by the Legislative Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Has committee agreed that there are no further general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill?
Agreed.
Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will consider the clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 5. Does committee agree?
Agreed.
Thank you. Clauses 6 through 10. Does committee agree?
Agreed.
Clauses 11 through 15. Does committee agree?
Agreed.
Clauses 16 to 20. Does committee agree?
Agreed.
Clauses 21 to 25. Does committee agree?
Agreed.
Clauses 26 to 30. Does committee agree?
Agreed.
Clauses 31 to 32. Does the committee agree?
Agreed.
Committee to the bill as a whole. Does committee agree that Bill 38 Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2021 is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 38 Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2021? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witness. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 578-19-2, supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, briefly, I am here to present supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022. These supplementary estimates propose a total increase of $5.7 million, offset by $2.9 million in revenues, and is largely comprised of the following items. $2.7 million to settle a dispute pertaining to a letter of credit replacement fund. $1.2 million to purchase mobile equipment for airports across the Northwest Territories. $893,000 to support health information system improvements, such as virtual care, electronic medical and health records, and public health information. And $750,000 to support the Red Knife River Bridge Replacement Project. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to answer questions the members may have.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Madam Chair, here this morning, or this afternoon now, I suppose, Bill Mackay is the Deputy Minister of Finance, and Terence Couture is the Deputy Secretary to the Financial Management Board.
Thank you. Welcome. I will now open the floor for general comments. Seeing no general comments, we will review the supplementary estimates by department. The committee has agreed to forego the general comments on each department. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? The committee has agreed to begin the review with the Department of Health and Social Services. We will begin on page 6. Supplementary estimates. Infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operation expenditures, junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services not previously authorized, negative $2,243,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, negative $2,240,000. Does committee agree? Oh, sorry, that was me repeating the committee. We will turn to page 7. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, capital investment expenditures, junior kindergarten to grade 12, school services not previously authorized, $2,243,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, for anybody who's listening or watching, I don't know if anybody watches this anymore, but because it's so exciting, but I do think that we owe the public a little bit of an explanation here as to what's happening. So I'd like to hear from I think this is an accounting exercise transferring an asset from one category to another, but let's get the explanation from the Minister of Finance. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Project unfolded, this is now being moved from what to being a capital expenditure rather than an infrastructure contribution, so it shows up over on the operations side. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks.
All right. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $2,243,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. You now turn to page 8. Supplementary estimates. Infrastructure expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditures, administrative and supportive services not previously authorized, $893,000. Does committee member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's $900,000 here for health for information improvements. Very happy to see that it's fully offset by the Government of Canada. Can the Minister just explain what this health information, the software I assume, is doing and how we got it paid for 100%? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, this is part of a much longer-term strategy that's in place or that's getting underway now to address some of the foundational issues around providing better digital care and better access to digital records. That's certainly, and to jump ahead as to how it is that the federal government is paying attention to this, certainly with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic, all jurisdictions saw the need to ramp themselves up to a situation where they could provide better digital care. So while I can't see into the minds of the federal government, I would think that that may well have factored into it. And this is specifically to do things such as interrelated information systems for virtual care. So for example, if someone is seeing a medical professional outside of this jurisdiction, we want to make sure that the records can be compatible and easily transferred or shared, but still maintaining the confidentiality over medical records. And medical records as well as public health information such as vaccine proof of vaccines. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure and expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditures, administrative and supportive services, not previously authorized, $893,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure and expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditures, health and social programs, not previously authorized, $126,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditures, total department, not previously authorized, $1,019,000. Does committee agree? Committee now turn to page 9. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, capital investment expenditures, asset management, not previously authorized, $3,500,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got some questions on each of the 2 items that's listed here. The first one is for a bridge culvert replacement on the Red Knife River. The note here says that it's partially offset by revenues received from a third party. Can someone tell me what this is all about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, supplementary estimates aren't always very interesting. This one is a little bit interesting. What's happening here is that DBCI, or the De Beers Canada Incorporated, will be contributing a sum of $9.5 million towards the design and construction of a bridge to replace the existing bridge culverts over at the Red Knife River. And this stems from an obligation that De Beers has arising out of their Gatchaqui fisheries authorization from Department of Fisheries and Oceans to help provide fish habitat compensation. And when they're doing so, they entered into discussions with the Department of Infrastructure for several years to determine how to best meet the needs of the Department of Infrastructure, as well as, at the same time, ensuring that they had fully discharged their obligations to DFO, and this is the project that they have landed on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So do we have written confirmation from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans that this meets their fisheries authorization requirements? And yeah, I'll start with that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have that in front of me, Madam Chair, but given the length of the conversations between the Department of Infrastructure and De Beers, I was able to confirm that that they are satisfied that this does meet, they being the department, are satisfied that this does meet obligations, and certainly I would expect that a company that's sophisticated to this level will not be doing anything that would put their regulatory process in jeopardy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, so I guess the minister used the word they. Is it minister referring to the department or Department of Fisheries and Oceans or De Beers or who. I just want to get some assurance that Fisheries and Oceans has actually agreed to this arrangement. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so the department, or the N.W.T. has confirmed with the federal government that Department of Fisheries and Oceans is in agreement with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, and I've been involved in looking at some diamond mine stuff in my previous life where fisheries authorizations were required. And so just this one I find really interesting in that, you know, Gatchakui's drained a lake in a completely different watershed, completely different ecosystem, probably even different species of fish that might frequent those waters, and has allowed De Beers now to make a contribution for a bridge culvert replacement close, I guess, between Fort Providence and Fort Simpson. Completely different watershed, probably different kinds of fish. I just find this really astounding that DFO would actually authorize this, but that's not our concern here, I guess, if we're willing to take free money from De Beers. But I just find this actually quite troubling that DFO would authorize this, but yeah. I want to move on to the next item, which is some sort of a dispute over a letter of credit replacement fund for $2.75 million. Can I get some explanation as to what this amount is for and who's getting it and so on? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? No, his mic was on. Sorry. Yeah. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the resolution of a matter that arises out of some litigation pertaining to the Decho Bridge construction, and it's the conclusion thereof. Some of the details of that, Madam Chair, will be subject to confidentiality provisions under the settlement agreement, but it does fully resolve the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay. Well, while respecting that this was the result of some sort of settlement, who's actually getting this money? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
The Government of New Brunswick, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, trying to find some ways to ask some questions of this, because, you know, this is costing the taxpayers of the Northwest Territories $2.75 million for a P3 that seems to have gone off the rails somehow. So can the Minister provide any further details? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it wasn't so much anything to do with the P3 agreement or not. It was at the stage of construction that there were disputes that arose between the contractor from New Brunswick and the N.W.T, and then the two got into discussions about what to do to resolve that matter over the course of quite some time, long before I think anyone in this room were here. That matter did now finally and fully resolve, and it resolved at the number that is before you of $2.75 million. And as I said, there are challenges in terms of whenever there's been a legal matter that gets resolved, insofar as there's one of the things that entices any party to settle a dispute is to be assured that they can be provided some confidentiality rather than having to go through a fully public litigated process. So again, it's matters that arose quite some time ago relating to that construction, and I have provided a fair bit more information to committee on a confidential basis so that they can be assured in their role as being those who hold us to account as to what untranspired and why. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, and that's precisely what I'm trying to do, is to hold this government to account in explaining what this is for and why it's necessary. So I guess there was the Standing Committee on Government Operations, when they looked at the recent public accounts, they had noticed that the amount for litigation contingencies that's set aside by our government or recorded in the public accounts in some way has grown, I think it's probably fair to say, exponentially over the last while. Would this amount here be part of that figure that we would expect to see in the public, in at least that set of past public accounts? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this would have appeared under, this is an example of exactly that, of something that would have appeared under those contingencies, and now this, the amount that had previously been set aside, anticipated for the to resolving this litigation will come out of the future public accounts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I guess my last point here is comment more than anything else. I've always expressed concerns with the increasing number and amount of infrastructure projects that this government is casting about as P3s, public-private partnerships, and I think this is a reflection of the difficulty of some of these arrangements in that they tend to be very complex matters that sometimes end up in litigation and settlements like this rather than a conventional sort of we save the money, we build the project, finance it somehow, getting involved with third parties. I think this shows that P3s have their own sets of risks that are not always properly accounted for or reflected in the way that we proceed with infrastructure projects. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, respectfully, there's a lot of litigation that happens in large infrastructure projects, whether it's a P3 or otherwise. That is not uncommon that as large projects go, that they will often wind up in some sorts of disputes between the parties that are involved. And if the N.W.T is one of those parties, then we will at times be subject to those litigation disputes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Nothing further other than I'm very wary of further P3s, and I think that's where this government is going. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start with the Red Knife River crossing money. I'm just trying to understand here, and I'm a little mixed up by something. So we're putting up the $750,000, but in return we'll have a $9.5 million investment from De Beers to work on this infrastructure? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, actually, I believe that this is actually, it's largely funded by De Beers and, yes, partially funded by the N.W.T. So, there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And without getting too much off the Minister's expertise, is it her understanding that this bridge is already there and the need for the work is that the culverts are impeding fish access? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, first, sorry, I ought to have turned the page a little faster. This $750,000 is actually a portion that is fully funded by De Beers. The total project cost will be 32% N.W.T at the end. But for the moment, where we're at right now in the project, this portion will ultimately be offset. And yes, so what's happened is that what's been determined is that the bridge culverts that are currently in place or not in place are indeed presenting a challenge to migratory fish passage. And that was the discussion, as I gather, that had to take place between De Beers and Department of Fisheries and Oceans is to find where within the region, where within the Northwest Territories they could provide some supports and assistance in terms of our fisheries, and this was the project that was landed on. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the Minister of Finance's ITI hat on, is she aware of the, is this a normal process for industry and operating mines to do restoration and habitat work in compensation elsewhere in order to compensate for the impacts of the mine? Is this a regular process that's seen in our government and others? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm inclined to keep my finance hat on and just say that certainly this is the first of this nature that I've seen in this role. But yes, of course, there's always going to be opportunities for, there has to be opportunities to ensure that when the regulatory process is underway, that all levels of government are in discussions to meet whatever those regulatory processes require. So in this case, the N.W.T does happen to be the beneficiary of a regulatory arrangement between the Department of Fisheries and Gachagua Mine. As we say, I think someone said earlier, happy to take the money, but it's also happy to be working collaboratively to figure out where to best spend that money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll answer my own question. Yes, it is really common for mines and industry to provide other projects elsewhere an offset of their work. My next comment around this then is, around the P3 situations and such. Can the Minister explain whether or not, if we did not engage into P3 agreements, would we have the expertise in-house in the North to do the projects that we want to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I'd first of all be very happy to provide a general P3 briefing to committee and perhaps even make it a public one if that's of committee's will. P3s have evolved significantly in the last several years and allow the government to undertake a scale and size of project that we wouldn't otherwise be able to undertake on our own. It is something that we need to consider the risks on. It's something we need to better understand, and I'd be very happy to have that opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually do understand how P3s work, but like my colleague, I think sometimes things need to be said for the public record so that others can hear them. Would we have enough money to do some of our construction projects if we didn't have P3 arrangements to help us with funding? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, I'm going to get you to stick to the content in the supplementary estimates. Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Sure, Madam Chair. I will accept the Minister's offer for the briefing on the P3s, and I would like that public. My next comment then is around the dispute letter of credit replacement for $2.75 million. Is the Minister aware whether or not, if we had gone to court on this, would we have been paying a lot more money if we had lost? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The claim amount was significantly higher than what has ultimately been settled for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to last comment. I do agree with the Minister's earlier comment that disputes within contracting and large projects are quite common. In the engineering world, you see it often, and that's why you hire engineers, because they have liability insurance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further comments to this? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, capital investment expenditures, asset management, not previously authorized, $3,500,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, capital investment expenditures, programs and services, not previously authorized, $1,212,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, capital investment expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $4,712,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of table document 578-19-2, supplementary estimate infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022? Oh. Mr. O'Reilly.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that consideration of table document 578-19(2), supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, be now concluded, and that table document 578-19(2) be reported and recommended is ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Table document 578-19-2 will be reported as ready for consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 579-19-2, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I am happy to present supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022. The supplementary estimates propose a total increase of $63.8 million, $19.9 million of which will be offset by revenues from the Government of Canada. Notable items which are partially or fully offset by federal funding include the following: $7.1 million to support priority projects of the Northwest Territories healthcare system, including medical travel costs, primary healthcare reform, and overall healthcare system sustainability. $13.8 million to support the healthcare system as it continues to respond to COVID-19, $6.2 million of which is offset by federal funding. $4.9 million in support of the northern aviation industry, and $1.5 million in support of early learning and childcare programs. In addition, these supplementary estimates include $14.4 million to support compensation and benefit increases for government employees, members of the Northwest Territories Teacher Association and the RCMP, $7.4 million to allocate funding to the Department of Infrastructure to absorb the 2021-22 projected loss in the Marine Transportation Revolving Fund, $6.7 million to support increased medical travel and insurance premium costs, and $3.3 million to support interprovincial hospital and supportive living costs. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair, and I am happy to take questions that the members may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Does the Minister wish to bring witnesses into the House? Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Would you please reintroduce your witnesses?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And conveniently, all the materials are still here. So, Bill McKay, Deputy Minister of Finance, and Terence Coutre, Deputy Secretary to the Financial Management Board.
All right, thank you. And please let me know at any time if there's any change in no switch. Okay, perfect. I will now open the floor for general comments. Seeing no general comments, we will review the supplementary estimates by department. The committee has agreed to forego general comments on each department. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? The committee has agreed to begin the review with the Legislative Assembly. Committee will begin on page 4. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures number 3, Legislative Assembly, Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, not previously authorized, $4,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Legislative Assembly, Office of the Clerk, not previously authorized, $70,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Legislative Assembly, Office of the Speaker, not previously authorized, $806,000. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a few comments here. I actually won't ask the questions to the Minister of Finance because despite Finance being responsible for almost everything under the sun, they are not responsible for the spending of the Legislative Assembly. But we have $800,000 here, and this is largely stemming out of the complaint against the member for Tune-a-Day-Welladay that resulted in a public inquiry, which the public figures about how expensive that was. And I guess I would just like to make some comments that, you know, I believe this is only the second time that has happened. Certainly was never this expensive. And we as an assembly have to look back on that process and see how we can change it. I think when we all see this bill, many of us would not have ever headed down that road. There's a couple things that I believe we need to do as an assembly through the Speaker and the Board of Management is to firstly cap legal costs. The vast majority of this is legal fees, and I don't believe we should have paid so many lawyers so much for that dispute. Secondly, I think there's some sort of alternative measures or diversion or dispute resolution mechanism needs to be made available so there can be a bit of a off-ramp during this process that is cheaper than a full public inquiry. And lastly, I think conversation needs to be had in most jurisdictions. The Integrity Commissioner themselves actually holds the inquiry, and they can make decisions such as whether it's written decisions, whether it's a full oral hearing, but in our jurisdiction, the Integrity Commissioner just makes an initial finding of whether there's a case to be sent for a public inquiry, which then we have to go find someone to hold it, and which is a more expensive to add that other step. So I think there's an argument to be made that whoever is the Integrity Commissioner could just do it all at once, and we could have a bit of a contract negotiation with them to make sure it doesn't cost an additional $800,000. Those are just comments, Madam Chair, and I'll just note that this is not really the Department of Finance's mandate, so I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance, did you have anything to respond?
Madam Chair, I appear to have caused quite a number of people some consternation because there is actually witnesses available should the members wish to ask questions on this matter, and I forgot. I apologize.
Thank you. Did you want to switch out a witness for this item?
Madam Chair.
Can you please switch around the witnesses? Thank you. You member for Yellowknife. Oh, just wait. Due to us straightening out our witness situation. I will give the floor back to member for Yellowknife North, as you may have change your questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to belabor the points I just made. I guess I will ask one question to the speaker who has joined us about whether it is a priority of the Board of Management to review, in light of this cost and the recent Public Hearing and Integrity Commissioner report, review the methods and perhaps look for a way to make sure that they are not so expensive going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Board has directed, the Board of Management has instructed the Office of the Clerk to undertake a review of the policies within the next 6 months and provide recommendation to the Board for consideration. But in an instance like this, it's very difficult to put a cap on legal fees because it's supposed to be a fair process, and for us to put a cap on, like say, shouldn't go over 100,000 is very unfair for members, any members in this chamber, to defend themselves. It depends on the circumstance, but a good example is in the 14th Assembly, the costs were in the neighborhood of 250,000. So it all depends on what's before them. But yeah, we did make some, like in our handbook, it's a maximum of $250 per hour for legal counsel, and anything above that is up to the member to take care of the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I too have some comments I guess I want to make on this. And I don't really want to get into what happened. But I do think that we did, the last Assembly made changes to the Code of Conduct. We made changes to the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act. We renamed the statutory officer. It used to be called a Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Now they're called an Integrity Commissioner. Changed the process a bit. And what I can say is that consensus government worked. It was painful, but it did work, and it did cost some money, but that is the price of democracy in some ways. But I agree with a lot of what my colleague said in terms of trying to learn some lessons from what happened. And I too agree that I think it's difficult to cap legal costs, particularly around a public inquiry. You want to make sure it's a fair process. So if you don't have a fair process, that in itself can be challenged. So, but I do think that some of the policies might need to be clarified. I did hear the speaker say that the Board of Management is going to review policies, and I certainly appreciate the hard work of the Board of Management in looking at all of this. And it was a very difficult situation and stellar work. I want to thank them all for the work that they did on this and will continue to do on this. I guess I do agree too, though, that we may want to consider or look at how other jurisdictions deal with disputes and whether there's alternative measures or mediation, or whether it's even a council of elders that might provide advice or be available for advice as an alternative form of dispute resolution. So I think I heard that the speaker say that the Board of Management is looking at policies, but I'm hoping that the Board of Management would also look at the legislation itself, because that's where the process is set out. of the sole adjudicator, the integrity commissioner, hearing a complaint first, and then if there's merit, it can go off to a sole adjudicator. And I'm not a lawyer, but I think I got that right. But that's set out in the legislation. And if we do want to really provide for alternative dispute resolution, I think that may require some legislative change. So I guess I would like to ask the speaker or our witnesses whether the scope of the work that they're doing is going to look at potential for legislative change as well. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of the changes came in the last assembly, actually, and I think that review is the process we follow now, and it's unfortunate that we got to this point, but a lot of things are actually don't get this far. It goes to the integrity commissioner, and it's usually resolved at that point. But maybe for a little more information, I'll go to Mr. Rutland. I'll actually like to introduce my people at the table here, Ms. Sheila McPherson and Mr. Glenn Rutland. I'll just let Mr. Rutland give a little more detail. Thank you.
Yes, and sorry about that. Go ahead, Mr. Rutland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act is reviewed generally in the final year of each assembly. So that's a process that each assembly goes through. So it will be reviewed before the end of the assembly.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I was in the last assembly where we did review to make some fairly significant and substantive changes. So the scope of the review, though, will that include consideration of any lessons learned from this experience? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier today, we are doing a full review of the lessons learned from this, and we'll bring those recommendations forward. And also, as mentioned, it's in the last year of a review. We will make recommendations to the next assembly, and hopefully they'll adopt it. A lot of times in the transition, some assemblies don't always adopt what we recommend, but hopefully they do. And not sure if Mr. Rutland would like to add anything, but okay.
Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's my hope that this assembly will look at whether there's a need to change the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act in time for the next one, so that I think it's very difficult for a sitting assembly to change the rules for itself. So given that we've lived this, we've experienced it, if there's some lessons learned, I think that the onus is on us to make some of those changes and try to make it better for the next assembly. But I want to thank all of our witnesses. I know they've been working very hard on all of these difficult matters. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do you have any? No questions there. So. All right. Are there? Oh, member for Tabacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to also note that these kind of processes are very, very costly. But I think there was no other way. I think that it was done in a very fair manner, so that the decision made was the correct one. And I want to thank the Board of Management and everybody else that, and include all my colleagues for their input into this whole process, because sometimes it's hard to, and I know cost is a big thing, but some of those lawyers are really expensive, and when you go to any kind of court process, it's very costly. And that's the only way that you get proper and fair process, not only for all parties. And I just want to say that, you know, we're lucky we stuck to 806,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, majority of the cost, as a member mentioned, was for the sole adjudicators council, and a lot of that had to do with all the, there's 19 lengthy submissions that he had to review, and also interview a lot of those people that were involved, and that's what used up majority of that cost. And also, in order to keep the costs down, the board did approve to give both councils two lawyers at $2.50 an hour, which helped keep the costs down. Otherwise, it'd be a lot of overtime, and so thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha? Okay. Are there any further questions on this? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Legislative Assembly, Office of the Speaker not previously authorized, $806,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Legislative Assembly, Statutory Office is not previously authorized, $40,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Legislative Assembly, Total Department not previously authorized, $920,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Thank you to the witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sergeant-at-Arms, you may please escort the witnesses out and bring back our finance witnesses. Thank you. We have Mr. Mackay and Mr. Coutre back. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Education, Culture and Employment on page 5. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Education, Culture and Employment, Corporate Management not previously authorized, $87,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Education, Culture and Employment, Culture, Heritage and Languages, not previously authorized, $113,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Education, Culture and Employment, Early Learning and Childcare, not previously authorized, $1,527,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Education, Culture and Employment, Income Security, not previously authorized, $114,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Education, Culture and Employment, Junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services, not previously authorized, $1,316,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, education, culture and employment, labor development and advanced education, not previously authorized, $461,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, education, culture and employment, total department, not previously authorized, $3,618,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Environment and Natural Resources on page 7. Supplementary operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Environment and Natural Resources, corporate management, not previously authorized, $222,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Environment and Natural Resources, Environment Protection and Waste Management, not previously authorized, $41,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Environment and Natural Resources, Environment Stewardship and Climate Change, not previously authorized, $89,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Environment and Natural Resources, Forest Management, not previously authorized, $146,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Environment and Natural Resources, Water Management and Monitoring, not previously authorized, $75,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Environment and Natural Resources, Wildlife and Fish, not previously authorized, $139,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Environment and Natural Resources, total department, not previously authorized, $712,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, starting on page 8. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022. Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Cabinet Support, $29,000, or not previously authorized, $29,000. Does committee agree? Corporate Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Corporate Communications, not previously authorized, $19,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Executive and Indigenous Affairs Directorate, not previously authorized, $62,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Executive Council Offices, not previously authorized, $54,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs, not previously authorized, $84,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, total department not previously authorized, $248,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Finance, starting on page 9. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022. Finance Directorate, not previously authorized, $634,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, finance, human resources, not previously authorized, $221,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, finance, information systems, shared services, not previously authorized, $181,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, finance, management board, secretariat, not previously authorized, $5,044,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, finance, office of the comptroller, comptroller general, not previously authorized, $7,092,000. Does committee agree? Oh, Mr. O'Reilly.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out, it was on the other page. I wanted to ask some questions about the Northern Airlines amount.
Just wait, sorry, member for Frame Lake.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I seek unanimous consent to go back to Management Board Secretariat item. It's spread over 2 pages. Thanks.
Are there any objections? We'll go back to, we'll return to Management Board Secretariat. Member for Frame Lake, you may continue.
Thanks, colleagues, and thanks, Madam Chair. This amount of $4.9 million, do we know how that is going to be distributed amongst the airlines? And I see that the entire amount's recoverable from the federal government, which is good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of 4.917 million, Madam Chair, that is 85% offset by Transport Canada. And I do have a full breakdown as to how it would be provided to airlines. It's based on the same division that we did for the first 2 rounds of funding that we received by asking the airline companies to put their materials into the Department of Finance, evaluating them and running a comparison so that we do our best to, in fact, provide the needs on an equitable basis as much as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake, sorry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's been a long week. So I guess why I'm asking this is I'm particularly concerned about the smaller regional carriers who go to small communities, that they're the only source of transportation to some of these communities. And I want to make sure that they're getting an equitable amount of the funding. Can the Minister provide that assurance? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So you might recall that earlier on in the pandemic, when Transport Canada began providing funding supports, requesting, of course, that provinces and territories also chip in, efforts were made to make sure that all carriers across the Northwest Territories had eligibility, and in fact we were able to include here Rotary Wing and some of the airlines that might not have received funding under the provincial systems, specifically in recognition for what the member's raising, that the airline needs of the North, given the lack of road connections, are a bit different. So I do believe that we are in a position here to say that we've covered all, or that we certainly are in contact with all of the airline companies. I pause only to say that some of the companies have in the last short while started to see recoveries in their situation, and so some that had received funding in the first 2 rounds may not continue to receive funding here, but it's for good news. It's because they've turned into a better profit situation than what they were in. So those that needed it and those that continue to show that need based on the same financial formulas that we used before will continue to receive the funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Very quickly, is there any further funding that's likely to be provided by the federal government to assist Northern Airlines? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would expect that there's going to be some for the first part of the next fiscal year, but beyond that, I can't say, although one would hope that the profit situation changes so that they don't require them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Finance Management Board Secretary not previously authorized $5,044,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Finance Office of the Comptroller General not previously authorized $7,092,000. Does committee agree? Oh. On this section? Okay, member for Yellowknife North.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to go to the very beginning, Madam Chair. Just joking. I almost named Mr. O'Reilly there. My question is in regards to the $2.5 million for increased costs related to employee medical program for N.W.T employees. I'm assuming this is a result of the collective bargaining agreement, but can I just get a sense of what additional services N.W.T employees are getting for the $2.5 million? Or, thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Medical travel assistance is a benefit that comes out of the collective agreement, but this particular item is not a result of changes in the collective agreement. Rather, it's due to just cost pressures that we've run into, and that for example, and in particular, as a result of COVID-19, flight schedules were more limited, costs resulting, or the costs associated to flight were increased, and there was a requirement for more medical travel for folks who might have otherwise not needed to. For instance, on the dental services side, where dental hygienists and dentists would have been able to travel to communities, that travel became much more limited over the course of the pandemic, and therefore clients were having to fly out, resulting in costs to the Department of Finance rather than perhaps costs that they might have had over in the Department of Health to fly the dentist in. We were seeing the costs over in this benefit provided to staff. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other cost here is $2 million related to increased costs for long-term debt. Can I just get an explanation of what that is? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, again, quite a long time ago now, the agreement under the Debt Show Bridge financing tied the costs of interest there to CPI, and so as there are increases to the annual CPI amount, the costs of our interest here go up accordingly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Finance Office of the Comptroller General, not previously authorized, $7,092,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Finance Total Department, not previously authorized, $13,172,000. Does committee agree? We will now consider the Department of Health and Social Services, starting on page 11. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services not previously authorized, $2,306,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Health and Social Services, COVID Secretariat, not previously authorized, $263,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, Health and Social Services, Health and social programs not previously authorized, $18,160,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, health and social services, long-term and continuing care services not previously authorized, $332,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, health and social services, out-of-territory services not previously authorized, $2,236,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, health and social services, supplementary health benefits not previously authorized, $5 million. Does committee agree? Agree. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, health and social services, total department not previously authorized, $28,297,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, starting on page 14. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Industry, Tourism, Investments, Corporate Management, not previously authorized, $86,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Industry, Tourism, Investment, Economic Diversification and Business Support, not previously authorized, $350,000. Does committee agree? Minerals and Petroleum Resources, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Industry, Tourism, Investment, Minerals and Petroleum Resources, not previously authorized, $118,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2020-2021, Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Tourism and Parks, not previously authorized, $80,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, total department, not previously authorized, $634,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Infrastructure on page 15. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, asset management, not previously authorized, $125,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, corporate management, not previously authorized, $47,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, energy and strategic initiatives, not previously authorized, $53,000. Does committee agree? Oh, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that pursuant to Rule 2.2 brackets 3, the committee continues sitting beyond the hour of daily adjournment to conclude the item under consideration. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is on the floor, the motion is in order to the all those in favor? All those opposed? We will sit beyond the hour of 2 o'clock to get this done. Did you have a question on this one? Okay. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021, 2022, Department of Infrastructure, programs and services not previously authorized, $7,579,000. Does committee agree? Okay. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the $7.4 and change million for the projected deficit of the Marine Transportation Services Revolving Fund. I'm wondering if this is one of more steps that we can expect to see over the course of the Assembly, and I'm also wondering if the Minister can speak to a potential for a review of MTS. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this why we decided to sit past 2, is to talk about this particular line item? So in short, Madam Chair, I think we probably will see needs arising related to MTS back before us. There's quite a number of challenges ranging from environmental, regulatory, operational obstacles, including the fact of needing substantial repair and maintenance on the fleet that had been deferred by the prior owners, all of which is contributing to higher costs. And as a result of which, Madam Chair, as I say, I think we will probably continue to see some challenges here. It certainly is a risk that the Department of Finance has identified to our overall fiscal picture. That said, the good news, if you can call it that, Madam Chair, is that I do believe my colleague, Minister Archie, is overseeing some efforts to examine what the operational lens is over at MTS with a view to seeing if they can turn the ship around.
Thank you. Oh, member for Cam Lake.
I appreciated the pun. No, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I understand from the Minister that the Minister of Infrastructure is overseeing efforts. Is that to say that there is a full review on the operations of MTS currently underway? And when can committee expect to see some, I guess, or when can the public expect to see some results from that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have the timeline specifically on when this is due to come back, but I can certainly commit to getting that to the House, and we can provide it in some fashion or another before this session is out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to understand how the revolving fund works. Have we actually maxed out the amount, and it's just the amount beyond that that is showing up here in the SUP, or is this the total deficit of the MTS? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, let's turn this over to the witnesses, if I could, please. Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member's correct. That's the total deficit for this year in the operations of the enterprise for that fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, so if they incur an operating deficit in any one year, it just automatically shows up in the SUPs that we have to make that up? Is that how this works? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unless they are able to fund internally, and so certainly it's not that the previous years have been entirely rosy, but there would have been either offset by certain grants or contributions coming from the federal government, or otherwise from N.W.T. different, and as such, that's where we wouldn't have necessarily seen this coming up. Whereas this year and there wasn't any types of grants or contributions that could be put towards these losses, and nor are there expected to be with the close of this fiscal year coming. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, yeah, in the last Assembly, there was an agreement with the regular MLAs that we would fast track a bill to establish the Marine Transportation Services Revolving Fund, and in the Cabinet was going to do some work on governance and a longer-term plan for MTS. The second part never came. So I support my colleague from Cam Lake that we need to see that work, and the sooner the better. Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an occasion where I can say I think there's consensus on that particular point, and I know that my colleagues already have begun that work, and they're looking to have that in the first quarter, something ready in the first quarter for review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, you know, I'm in agreement as well. Like, we need to see a new governance model sooner than later. You know, when I first heard that the government purchased the assets, I think it was for around $7 million. I thought, you know, that was a pretty good deal. But I knew, you know, just knowing the history of NTCL, I guess before that, YTCL, you know, that's how long ago it goes back. Is that, you know, there's always been issues, and the one concern I do have is that with the lands that come with it, just because they've been used for a long period of time, like years and decades, is the environmental liability. Is that factored in, or are we going to see something down the road with some big costs associated with it? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would expect, I mean, you recall some of the accounting standards that we have, that if there was a liability to be accounted for now, that would now be in fact accounted under the Public Standards Act, or Public Accounting Standards. Maybe I'll turn that to the Deputy Minister just to confirm that I'm correct, please.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Minister is correct. We've assumed those environmental liabilities, or at least our estimate of what they are in terms of future liabilities, and then going forward, that's part of the amortization. So there's an amortization as part of this deficit of $2.109 million. So part of that amortization would include environmental liabilities going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, one of the issues with that deficit was related to, I think, maintenance because of the aged equipment. Are we going to see that again, you know, in years to come, or are we pretty well have most of the equipment that we will be using up to spec or repaired? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly don't have a detailed breakdown of what the state of the fleet is at this point, but Madam Chair, one thing I would note, my understanding is that one of the challenges is that the fleet wasn't being maintained, and so there was a fair bit of backlog, and certainly the N.W.T and MTS would not take the same approach, so there has to be some amount that is now going in annually, and that is an expense, and if there's not enough revenues, then we wind up in the situation we're in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess just back to the governance model, I think that's important that we deal with that and have something, like I said, sooner than later, because we do have a firm from, you know, outside the Northwest Territories supplying most of the labor, and, you know, I would like to see that brought back into the N.W.T and find a northern proponent to provide those services. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance, anything to... No. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, programs and services not previously authorized, $7,579,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, regional operations, not previously authorized, negative $15,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, total department, not previously authorized, $7,789,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Justice on page 17. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Community Justice and Policing, not previously authorized, $876,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, corrections not previously authorized, $574,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, court services not previously authorized, $104,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, legal aid services, not previously authorized, $74,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations, not previously authorized, $13,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Policing Services, not previously authorized, $4,229,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see we are, well, I believe that the 3.4 million and change here for the increased salaries to pay RCMP officers more is a result of collective bargaining. Or perhaps it's, well, first can I clarify whether this is a result of additional officers or an increase in the collective bargaining? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Bargaining, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then I guess my next question is, I know that the collective bargaining has a big question about the retroactive amount and whether Canada will support. Do we have any update on what the possible retroactive amount we may owe for RCMP collective bargaining is?
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the estimates are only just starting to come in now, so I'm not in a position to provide any update at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's fine. Can I just get a bit more information on the funding here for the First Nations and Inuit policing program? This is our share. I know in the budget we added a few more of these positions. Can I just, this 775,000, where are those? Oh no, maybe that's a different thing than Aboriginal. Can I get an update, an explanation of what this money is? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under the First Nations and Community Policing, yes, this is a different program. I don't have those communities listed here, but the Deputy Minister, oh no, I apologize, Madam Chair, I've got to turn that page again. 2 are going to Betchico, 1 to Toledo, 1 Fort Simpson, and 1 to Fort McPherson. And again, you'll recall that under the FNPP, or First Nations Inuit Policing Program, it's a different cost share, 52% federal and 48% G.N.W.T, so a little bit less from the G.N.W.T side on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And my understanding is that for all other officers, we pay 70%, and then the federal government pays 30%. You know, I guess considering this is a program that allows us to provide First Nations and Inuit policing to communities at a lower cost, is there any hope or of accessing more of this? It just seems like every dollar we could take out of the police services contract and turn into from 70-cent dollars to 50-cent dollars is a good step. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but yeah, I mean, that's true for pretty well any budget item, but in this particular instance, these are contracts that we've entered into, and I've got no indication that there'll be any change to the division of cost sharing on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Policing Services, not previously authorized, $4,229,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, Services to the Government, not previously authorized, $140,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, services to the public, not previously authorized, $52,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Justice, total department, not previously authorized, $6,062,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Lands on page 19. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, corporate management, not previously authorized, $33,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, operations not previously authorized, $132,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, planning and coordination not previously authorized, $85,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Lands, total department, not previously authorized, $250,000. Does committee agree? Committee, we will now consider Department of Municipal and Community Affairs on page 20. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Governance, not previously authorized, $22,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, not previously authorized, $24,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Directorate, not previously authorized, $30,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Public Safety, not previously authorized, $37,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Regional Operations, not previously authorized, $73,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Governance, not previously authorized, $16,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Sport, Recreation, and Youth, not previously authorized, $19,000. Does committee agree? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, total department, not previously authorized, $221,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Do you agree that we have concluded consideration of table document 579-19-2, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022? Member for Frame Lake.
Mussy, Madam Chair, round of applause to the chair for a speed reading. That was marvelous. No, seriously, thank you. I move that consideration of table document 579-19-2 -19 brackets 2 supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 3 2021-2022 be now concluded and that table document 579-19 brackets 2 be reported and recommended is ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Mussy, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Table document 579-19-2 will be reported as ready for consideration in a formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. And thank you to the interpreters for letting me speed read through this. I'm sure you guys want to get out here too. Member for Frame Lake.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
The motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee was really busy today. Your committee has been considering bills 23, 29, 37, 38, Committee Report 24-19-2, Minister Statement 202-19-2, and table documents 561, 567, 578, and 579-19-2. And would like to report progress with 16 motions carried and that Committee Report 24-19-2 is concluded and that bills 37 and 38 are ready for third reading and that consideration of table document 578 and 579 are concluded and that the House concur in those estimates as those estimates and that an appropriation bill to be based thereon to be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for N.W.T. Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Colleagues, before we adjourn here today, I would just like to take a moment to thank you for your hard work and dedication over the past few weeks. Due to the COVID-19 outbreak at the start of the year, it was necessary once again to delay the start of this sitting. That was not an easy decision to make. We have been fortunate that we have had no cases of COVID-19 at the Assembly during sitting, and I believe that this in part due to the decision to delay the sitting, but members, you also deserve some credit. All members of this House have been vaccinated. in keeping with our vaccination policy, and you have been very careful in terms of following public health advice. I know we are all looking forward to the upcoming ending of the public health emergency. We are looking forward to returning to our new normal. This does not mean that COVID-19 is a thing of the past, but it does appear that we as a territory have turned an important corner in terms of our ability to cope with the response of the virus. Members, I recognize that the past few weeks have been very busy in this House, in committees and with the business of the government. I recognize that the great deal of work will continue while the House is adjourned. The work of the government is ongoing and committees will continue to meet. I am proud of the work that has been done, and I look forward to the work ahead of us when we return. Although we are and will continue to be busy, I hope that each of you are able to find some time for yourselves, your families, and your closest friends while we are adjourned. We all do our best to care for and represent our constituents while we are here, but we also need to take time to care for ourselves and those closest to us. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Monday, March 28th, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions. Notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 47, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, Bills 23 and 29, Minister Statement 202-19-2, table documents 561 and 567-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, Bills 37 and 38, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Monday, March 28th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.